Let's put all of the music here. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hello everybody, welcome to the stream. I hope everything is working now and connection is good and all of that stuff. We're going to, of course, do some feedback on stream today. For those that haven't submitted yet, of course, you can still submit your music, but we already have a bunch of tracks to listen to. And we're just going to get started. There's no patrons yet, so we're just going to start by the first one and then we'll go down. For those that don't know, patrons, people with red names in my server get priority in the feedback stream. So that, you know, they can skip the line and stuff like that. If they want to have that track feedbacked on now, you can become a Patreon, submit your track and then instantly get feedback. As opposed to have to wait and put your track in the end of the queue and then potentially have to wait for sometimes even up to an hour and a half for the track to actually get played in between when it's posted and when it actually gets played. Either way, Enroll de Ville, welcome. Mind Be, welcome. Nice to see you guys here. We're going to start with Ivebecks Psyechno Final. I'm assuming that this is meant to be Psy Techno, like combined into one, but it's really hard to pronounce. Psypox, Marcel, Map K, Lauren is Lost, welcome, welcome.
Techno heißt das akustische Chaos, das zurzeit bei Teens und Twins mega big ist.
I don't know if I like the Reese bass. It sounds like there's a lot of high frequencies to it, which I don't really like, and I would like to hear a stable sub for it. So replace this sub bass with a separated sub bass so that it doesn't wobble so much. This is what happens if you have multiple sine waves slightly detuned. You get an unstable sub bass. Unclean kick and bass. You can see your LFO tooling it, but you're not resampling it, therefore this transient is all messed up. And you're losing out on a lot of punch there. Hi THC, welcome. Matt J, welcome as well. I have no idea what those vocals said. Not from, of course it's German, so it's harder to understand, but I could also not hear the inflections of the vocal in any way. Can I send a track to you outside Discord? No. No, all tracks go sent inside of Discord. As German, I can say it's understandable. Okay, then it's understandable. Sometimes it is the language that is the barrier, right? If you don't know the language, it's harder to pick up on maybe some speech patterns and that kind of stuff. So it may not be like mix-wise that the vocal isn't understandable. But yeah, of course over here the vocals are good, understandable. There's nothing really to balance against that could have an issue. These plugs though are fairly bland. I would say a little bit of stereo information would be nice, a little bit of reverb on them would be nice there. We're getting a bit of reverb now. I understand the idea of having plugs like that a little bit more bland in certain places and then opening up the delay and the reverb and stuff, but I always like to keep at least a little bit of reverb on there. The delay you can go all the way down, but the reverb, just having a little bit on there will make the sound a lot nicer. And roll the view, I also don't want people posting other people's tracks, that kind of stuff. If you want to participate in the feedback stream, you need a Discord account. That's the rule. I feel like overall, there's not a lot happening in the track. I feel like we've heard these plugs for a very, very long time now. I think we've heard these squelches before. I think we've heard the vocals before. So I would say, feedback-wise, the biggest issue with this track is that it really doesn't do a lot. Also, it doesn't really have an outro. So yeah, that is what I would say. I got a little bit distracted about what is happening in the chat. Don't submit other people's music. Don't submit music that you don't own the copyright to. Of course, that is explicitly written in the rules here. So you cannot do that. You cannot just send somebody else's track and that kind of stuff. There's a few rules here to the feedback stream, and one is that you have to submit in Discord in the queue. And if you cannot do that, then I'm sorry, I cannot help you. There's always the possibility of trying to be more receptive, more open to different people, that kind of stuff. Discord is fair enough, I'll pass. Just through it just thought it would be funny to have you look at the progressive track. I mean, that would be cool, yeah, if you want to send it. You're probably not the first person today that's send the progressive track. Maybe you are. That's 187 BPM. I don't think that's going to be progressive. I mean, this is slightly progressive, the thing that we just listened to. But it would be okay for you to submit it, as long as you submit it in the Discord. Because that's how I've set it up. And yeah, I'm not going to make exceptions of that. I'm not going to fall down the rabbit hole of making exceptions, because it's a slippery slope, right? And then I would need to enable links in my chat or something like that, and it just continues on and on and on. It's the same way that Italians make vacation plans. They start talking about the next summer vacation somewhere in September, and they'll say, oh, this year we have to organize earlier because last year it was such a mess, we were all last minute. And then they'll spend the next 8-9 months trying to accommodate for everybody that is going on to the trip. And everybody has their own issues with the places that they want to go and the ways that the vacation is set up. And then suddenly it's July and they have nowhere to go. At least that is the experience that I've had with my friends. And I guess that's something that I want to... If you accommodate for everything and everyone, you're never going to get anywhere. So that's just why I would... I just have a standard way of doing things, and if it happens to be the case that you cannot participate in that, then that's unfortunate. I thought it was all more or less full on. No, it doesn't matter. Even non-Sidetrans track, you can submit whatever you want. I've often joked that you could fart into a microphone and I would listen to it and I would have it show up on the analyzers here and I would analyze it. So I don't have a problem with the specific music or something like that. It's just the way you have to submit through Discord. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. Again, same artist under different artist name. So this is Vedas with Batman version 11. So this may be a little bit less progressive or something like that, like the last track we had. It seems to start off a little bit darker. Greetings, Projector. Can I send something that I want to release in the future? Of course, as long as you take the appropriate measures to make sure my channel does not get claimed or struck whenever you do end up releasing it. If you're whitelisting. Exactly. Whitelisting or not claiming any content ID to begin with through the release. This is a strangely open bass sound for how dark I thought the track would be. This track in B? Okay. Overall, I would say the kick is maybe a bit too knocky. It's also not clean, so I cannot show you like exactly in the way from what I mean. Of course, you need to resample your kick and bass. But the main thing is that right after the transient, I think there's too much volume. You know, that scoop that is usually there? I feel like that is missing a little bit here. Don't forget to add reverb and ping pong delay to the part. Yes. Well, to be honest, is it really a fart if it doesn't already have a delay or an echo to it? Here you're making some mistakes. Here you're going into a triplet drop and the open hat is on the offbeat, which is not accentuated by the bass. So there's some clashing rhythms there. Up until this point, the track was sounding very cohesive, and that all of the elements were doing the same thing, but that's just like a mistake. There's two rhythms that crash with each other. That's hard to dance to, and I would change that. Overall, I feel like the mix balance could use some work in this track. One of the things that I really don't like is that the main leads or the main synths that you're using aren't really coming out. I feel like you had like a melodic synth playing in there and the riser was overpowering the melodic synth. I think that should be the other way around, because at the end of the day, the melodic synth is the main element and the riser is the thing that supports that main element in giving it a little bit more energy towards the end of a section. So it shouldn't overtake that. Other than that, I think the sound design was really cool. I think you had some, as I said, structuring issues with two rhythms clashing in a spot. But I hope that this feedback is helpful. Some of this feedback I'm doing, by the way, for people that aren't here. Like most of the people that submit on the day, right? These people, they tend to be here, as far as I know. So they're in the chat. But this was submitted a while ago, 2 days ago, on Friday. And this as well. So these are people that in advance submit their music and then watch the stream back. So I cannot really ask them like questions about their track or go in question or answer them questions, right, if they're in the stream. So it's maybe a little bit harder for me to give feedback that is properly tailored towards the person because the person is not here. Either way, next up we have Red Drago 1. Or is it Red Dragoon? I don't know. This is the track that's coming up is Medusa by Red Dragoon or Red Drago 1. I don't know which one it is. This is marked on SoundCloud with hashtag ambient, which I don't believe. I think this is more techno. You have some real big issues with your kick drum. As you can see, it's not resampled, so here kick drums are bleeding into other kick drums. Here there's a lot more issues. You have some actual low frequency rumbling here that you don't want. Also, the kick transient seems to change from time to time, which is an odd decision. Some really cool synth work in here. Red Dragoon. Okay. I hope that's pronounced right then. Yeah, guys, I don't think that this is actual ambient music. Why does the kick drum change so much? Now we have an actual strong kick drum here. There's some really cool ideas in here, and there's some really cool instrumentation in here. Mix-wise, this track is all over the place. I don't know why the closed head is so low in pitch. I don't know why the kick is changing every 8 bars. I don't know why there's so many low rumble frequencies over here that you don't want. I feel like a lot of the rumble of the kick drum is being clogged up by lower frequencies of other elements as well. I feel like the bass line isn't ducking out of the way of the kick drum. Whenever it does play on top of the kick drum, which I feel like sometimes happens. Yeah, there's like one note that plays at the transient of the kick drum that should just get out of the way of the kick. Some really, as I said, this kind of instrumentation over here is really cool. But here again, you can see like they have actual low frequency issues there. There's actual low frequency material there. Normally you would filter that out. Oh, it started playing again. Either way, I feel like this person is just starting out making music. It doesn't feel like somebody that has spent a couple of years already producing in the way that not so much like, I don't want to say mistakes, right? Because a mistake is something that you make deliberately. There's a lot of signs here in this particular track that kind of show that you're newer to production, which is okay. We've all started somewhere. I guess my biggest tip in terms of feedback is, for one, you should actually try to make ambient music, because you nailed very closely in the breakdown the kind of instrumentation, or at least mix-wise and instrumentation-wise. I like the breakdowns a lot. I also like that outro a lot. But this stuff over here, this is some really cool stuff. You add some extra chords, some extra pads to it, some extra flow to it, and you have indeed a very cool ambient track. I just don't understand the idea of combining this with more industrial techno. And if you're gonna do industrial techno, listen to a lot more of that, and hear where your track is differing from other people's tracks, because there's some big mixing issues with your track. He wrote on Discord that he would call it trance with ambient elements. Did I not read his message? Not sure about the genre, might be trance with ambient / psytrance elements. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's not this. It's like an industrial techno thing. This is not a lot to do with trance or psytrance, which again is okay. It's not something that is required here. Quickly check that there's no patrons. And then we can move on with the next track. But yeah, I know that you're here in chat. Keep it up, keep working. And final tip, as I said, listen to a lot of other people's material. I listen to half an hour of other people's music every day. And I've been doing that for the last year and a half-ish. Nothing makes me systematically better at producing as well as listening to other people's music on the system that I'm producing on. If you want to learn music productions, that is one of the parts that you have to do. Next up, we have Dark Eden, or Private Eden, or Marcel Kyle. I don't know which one you want to go by, but I'll mention all three. I actually know about the lack of risers, one-shot effect sounds, and the fact that at some point we need to take a break from the FM synth. Also, I am willing to redo the bassline with a melody, and it made some changes. Bassline is still very monotone, we'll work on it after feedback, taking notes. Okay, so we already know what to look for. Let's start looking for it. I don't really know where this is going. I feel like it's a very strange intro for a side dance track. Kick and bass seems nice and clean, although the bass line is a little bit on the loud side for the kick drum. Honestly, I would turn up the kick drum by maybe 2 dB here. Change the snare. I was gonna say maybe you can fix the snare. I think it's both too long for what you're trying to get at. The track is sounding not very high energy here. It's not a super aggressive track that needs a super aggressive snare. Also, it has a lower fundamental, which I hate. People need to stop doing that. Like, it's actually at some point going to drive me insane, because what you'll see is that the difference between the kick with a snare and a kick without a snare, in terms of the transient, in terms of just the overall loudness of the thing, in terms of every mixing aspect that you hear about the snare, the fundamental is just causing you issues. And it's not like you need it for silence. It's not like that frequency doesn't get attenuated by the kick in and of itself. So just remove it. Just high pass your snare until the fundamental is gone. Hi bro, where can I send my track now? I'm not sure if I had to send it earlier. In a Discord like everybody else. This should give you, if the bot wakes up, this should give you the information that you need. I don't think it has awoken yet. The bot just doesn't seem to wake up. If you are in my Discord, you can send it there. Right here in the feedback on stream. Of course, read the rules before posting. Normally you get the link to my Discord when you type !feedback, but the bot doesn't seem to work today. I'm not a fan of the drums staying in here. I think this should be a breakdown. And it sounds a bit strange that all of the drums stay in here, because then it keeps the energy level up. Bro sending it on Discord. You're welcome. I'm sorry that the bot isn't working. It is safe. It is recognizing that I'm streaming. Maybe because it's a custom command that it doesn't recognize it, but it's turned on. I'm sorry if I'm not listening enough to the music. I do have some things that I want to say about it more later. Okay. I've sent a flag file on feedback on stream. That should be okay. That should just play in here. It's not showing yet for me, at least. I see somebody entered. Apocalypse Music, that's somebody else as well. It's pretty naive, I'm a new producer. We'll see when it gets here if the file is there. I first want to check for a second if I can get the bot to work, because that is very annoying, as you can imagine. This is why I should have moderators at some point. Get notified in chat whenever an activity happens. 8-ball. Why would I want 8-ball? Discord. File size is limited, sending WeTransfer link. Please read over here. I prefer websites where I can play from the browser, like SoundCloud, Google Drive, or OneDrive. Services like WeTransfer don't allow me to do that, so please don't use those. If you have anything else, like Google Drive or OneDrive or that kind of thing, please use it there, so that I can play it in the browser directly. Not was welcome. Emerald DeVille, welcome as well. Although, no, yeah, you have been in here, right? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, either way, I need to find out why my bot isn't working today. It is seeing that I'm live. Can I show this on stream? Yeah. As you can see, it is showing me that I'm live. It's recognizing that my channel is live, but the bot is just not working. Which is annoying, because that is what I use for new people whenever they ask for feedback. There's the chat command that just needs to work, right? I don't think I can tell it that I'm live. The bot is in your chat. Bart. Join. Successfully joined your channel. Okay. Feedback. So I can unjoin and join the bot. It doesn't seem like that did anything, which is interesting. I can't even comprehend to join Discord. Is it really that hard? I made a tester account the other day. It required an email address and a password, and I was in. And a phone verification. I don't know. Of course, it depends on the age of a person and that kind of thing. Did you mean joining his server? He meant joining Discord in general. I think I don't think he has an account yet. Right? The bot is currently not in your chat. The bot is currently in your chat. Mute. Mute the bot in your chat. Unmute. Let's try again. Not too hot in Italy? Yes, it is too hot in Italy. My air conditioning is telling me it's 37 degrees for its thermometer. That being said, my air conditioning is right next to the part where the glass ceiling is in my apartment. This is an apartment that was probably the worst possible design for the area that it's built in, because we're in one of the hottest cities in Italy, Cremona, because it's in the Po region, and the Po bends in such a way that there's a lot of humid air coming into Cremona, as far as people around here tell me. Obviously, everybody exaggerates the weather conditions around their area, right? Everybody is always, oh, this place is the warmest, this place is the most humid, but I can trust that this is one of the hotter places. And my apartment has been specifically designed to be terrible at heat and stuff like that. So it's like a full glass ceiling in the middle. Part of it is outside of my apartment. It's the stairwell that goes right next to here. And then the ceiling is like slanted, so it's all very close, so the hot air cannot really go up anywhere and escape from there. I cannot open any windows and that kind of things, so it's a super hot apartment, and the only thing I can do is just leave the air conditioning running 24/7, which is fairly costly. I'm Italian in Italy, 200 kilometers from Cremona. Yeah. Nice though. Are you going to WoW Festival? Perchance? Because I still need to meet up with people to actually go there. I mean, I don't have an issue with going solo. It's just that either you find people beforehand or you find people there. Yeah, I don't know yet. I guess the bot is just not working today. I'll test one last time. But it doesn't seem to be working. I can mute it and unmute it as many times as I want, I think. It's seeing that I'm live. It tells me that the bot is in the chat, but it's not working. So we're just going to continue listening to music and we'll see where it goes from here. Send Google Drive link in Discord. Nice, that should work. put the link in projector and I'll copy it. If somebody asks, I can drop it. I think my stream description also has the link to my Discord, right? The bots have off works on Sundays. Maybe they decided that they want to have a 6-day work week as opposed to 7. It used to be the case that the bot would just always work, but I can see with more progressive times that even for bots, some cases maybe make that they need some rest during the day. No, I don't know what's going on. I think, Enroll, that the link should be in the description of my stream. You guys cannot post links in the chat, like whatsoever. So other than changing the snare, what I wanted to talk about with you, I was about to move on to the next one, but I noticed you, and I hear this a lot, you had this pattern of 2 synths, where in this case for 2 bars you are playing 1 synth, right, doing some kind of rhythm, doing some kind of thing, and then going like this, right, where it just alternates bar or 2 bars, 2 bars, 2 bars, 2 bars. Sometimes maybe it felt like it was maybe a pattern like this, but it's like this constant pattern of back and forth, like something like this between 2 synths. I don't think that this works well for psytrance. I know it works for a lot of other genres where you divide the drop up into 2 bar segments, for example, and then you have 1 synth do a question thing and then 1 synth do an answer thing. I don't think that this kind of question and answer structure works for psytrance. And I think what would be much better is if you said, okay, I'm going to have both elements play at all times and alternate between them at a rhythm level. Right? So say that you have that FM synth. Say that you take that FM synth and you play it every other offbeat. Right? So this is your stable notes. This is the thing that helps with the groove, that kind of thing. And then you have your other synth, and here you can, I don't know, just start making random rhythms or random modulations, or maybe you say, oh, I want like a repetition of a bar, and then you just duplicate that over. That is where maybe you can be a little bit more creative, but this is kind of like your stable thing, and this is the more, let's say, playing around kind of rhythm, right? I think that's much better than just alternating like this. One of the reasons why I say that is because it sounds very blocky, right? It's like one thing, one thing, one thing, one thing. So it doesn't feel connected throughout it, because it's just, okay, 1 synth plays and it stops. And now we have the other synth playing and then it stops. There used to be, I don't know, he may still be here. I say used to be, but he submitted like 2 weeks ago, I think. Learning Project, who makes high tech and also did this. What Learning Project used to do, and he still sometimes does it, is he will have a synth that plays for a bar, and then he will have another synth that plays for a bar, and this goes on and on and on, right? And there's different rhythms and different melodies and different ideas for each of these little blocks, but it was always just in blocks, which is kind of the exact opposite specifically for high tech that you want, because high tech is super chaotic. It's the most chaotic form of psytrance that there is, right? The synths are all over the place. They're always morphing between each other. So to have this like block approach is, I guess, the exact opposite of what I would do for the high tech specifically, but also in your case, I would say that it felt too blocky. I had someone say the exact opposite to me, lol. Who do I listen to now? You take all of the opinions that you get about your music and you make up your own mind based on those opinions. At the end of the day, I have some opinion about your music, and I'm sitting here to tell you that, but that's not law. It's not written anywhere that you have to follow my advice or that you have to follow somebody else's advice. It's your music at the end of the day. If you click to maximize the stream's comment, it shows the link. I don't get the projector Discord where I click the link. Is it not just in my stream description? Yeah, it's the 4th link in my stream description. Join the Discord and then there's a bit.ly link and you click on that and it should open up the Discord invite. There's a bit.ly link in the middle there so that I can see how many people click the link. For marketing purposes and whatnot. But it should just work as an invite link. Anyway, let's move on to Virtual Instinct, who is, I think, now is cool. I got some nice stereo on the track. Tell me what you think. Darkadelic Master 155 by Virtual Instinct. This is a track that we listened to last week, I think, or maybe 2 weeks ago. I hope, by the way, Marcel, that my explanation and the feedback was good enough. Did I mess this up? Oh no, there we are. I feel like these impacts coming out of the middle of nowhere don't really... Like, I would like to see maybe like a slide into it or something like that. As always, I'll give the feedback. If you're filtering in kick and bass, lower its volume as well, so that when the drop hits, you actually get full volume. Just looking at the loudness of the kick now, I feel like that's not going to happen here. Yeah, it's the same loudness. Resampling on the kick and bass could be cleaner. I also think the bass line could be a little bit louder, maybe 1.5 dB. I still hear some sounds that are just completely mono, like the drum sounds that are now sitting on top of here are straight in the center. Which sounds really odd, because I highly doubt that any of those kind of drums are just pure mono recordings with no reverb. Any decent sample library should have stereo files for that. Also not really a fan of the bass melody just being the bass playing in a different key. Something like this works a lot better, where it actually gets a little bit of a groove. Overall, the drums feel a little bit sloppy. The snare isn't really cutting through, even though it's very long. I also feel like the hats are just fully random. Their placement, the hats don't really add to the groove like the closed hat. I feel like you're triggering them with random volumes, which I would never do. I would like to make some sort of groove with them, as opposed to just randomly upping or lowering the volume. Here you're going almost a little bit too stereo. We again have an impact that comes out of nowhere. Like there's no preparation for that to happen to the listener. Right? You in your project, when you're producing it, you see the impact sitting on the timeline, but the listener doesn't. So the listener is in that break, he is like arms wide, floating, dancing, and suddenly boom. And he gets kind of shocked almost out of the trance feeling that you're trying to introduce into the listener. Which in my idea is the exact opposite of what you want to have happen. You want a flow that is natural, a flow that announces itself to the listener, that carries the listener through the track and doesn't suddenly hit you like a train hit. Noctune, welcome. How are you doing? A little bit of a loud sound there. This one over here, you can see it in the waveform. Suddenly the waveform does not look like a kick and bass anymore. When that plays, it gets completely overpowered. Overall, nice track. I like it. I like where this is going. I like that you're finally getting a little bit more of an instinct about how many elements are too many in a track, in one particular part of a track. I like that this track is getting a little bit more of a flow in terms of energy. For those that don't know, Virtual Instinct for the longest time would make tracks where at all points in time there would be 4 elements playing. And it was like very chaotic. It was always high energy, which means that there was no changes in energy level, which means that the track sounded counterintuitively very, very flat and very boring. Like you would think that if I place enough sounds here, then the track will be more exciting. But it's kind of the opposite, in the sense that if the track is always high energy, it's at maximum power, right? With the same amount of elements, the same energy in the elements, the same speed of the modulations, for example, the same type of sound design as well. At some point it just becomes boring. And in this case, I feel like you're already flowing a little bit more. I would even suggest maybe some areas still having a little bit less going on. Especially like the first drop, I still felt like it was maybe a little bit too much. Where you had a very cool... how would you say? You had a very cool synth, you had some very cool sound design, but it was still playing all the time. Whereas it is okay to leave 4 bars of kick and bass just completely kick and bass. It's okay to then have a small one shot with a delay out, and then the next one shot happening 4 bars after that, and then the next one shot happening 4 bars after that, and then only after 16 bars really upping the energy and maybe starting to play sounds all the time. That's okay. I think it would be preferable to what you have now, where it feels like it's still a little bit halfway through, and I think the track would just be more interesting if the energy level fluctuates more. Would this song be classified as forest or twilight? I have no idea. There's multiple people saying multiple different things. The consensus seems to be around forest. Personally, I would have call this? Isn't this what you call like nighttime full-on kind of thing? Is it too? Because I feel like Darkside and Forest and that kind of stuff, they don't deal with the standard 4 on the floor drum pattern, right? Like you have your snares and your hats and all of that stuff. They're just there to sometimes add rhythmic interest, I think, from what I heard. In this case, the hats and that it's just the classic like full-on pattern, I would say, for the hats and that kind of stuff. I know like the sound design is very dark, but I would call this maybe like a very dark version of, I guess, nighttime full-on then, right? It is Darkside Forest. I think we're going to get like how many people are here? There's 21 viewers here plus me. I think we're going to get 22 different opinions for that. Okay. No patrons in there. It feels very dark though. Yeah, true. And it's definitely like a dark song. But I feel like Darkside also has like actual darker bass and darker kick. I guess the kick drum was dark enough. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. As I said, it ask 20 different people and you're going to get 20 different opinions about what type of music this actually is. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter that much. Next up, we have Endless Experience, also known as Denon 4 IK. I don't know how I should pronounce the whole thing. If there's a Danonike or something like that, I don't know. Finishing up the production stage, would love to hear any advice on arrangement and musical ideas. I'd also like your opinion on whether you get bored while listening to the track. Alright. Oh, please play it in here so that we don't have autoplay. This is Alone in the Forest by Endless Experience. Yo, dude, Projector, I have no opinion. It's all Saturns to me. Thank you for proving me wrong. We have... If you have 21 people in chat plus me, then we have 21 opinions. Guys, always remember that Sufist does not have an opinion. It's all just freaking silent. At the end of the day, that's true, yeah. It doesn't really matter. I like the idea of the intro now that some stuff is happening. This should probably happen from the start. These little detail sounds and stuff like that. Because now at this point the track feels a bit boring. Why does that delay not finish over here where something new is happening, for example? This thing as well. This goes up in here and then the next thing happens a few bars later. And the delay tail is half the length of that. Feel like having the synth immediately at the start is a little bit too much. Again, as I said, with the virtual instinct stuff, it's probably better to have some one-shots there and then slowly go into sequences like this. Mystic, Deepigus, welcome. Sufist as well, welcome. I feel like the kick drum is lacking some transient. It doesn't really have any high end. You can even see that in... Usually what you'll find is that the kick kind of has this shape where it goes from the sub, right? You have your sub hum and it goes down for the mid-range and then it goes back up for the transient to the same level as the highest peak of your sub bass, basically. And that's not happening here, clearly. Love seeing a Reese bass with a separated sub. As you can see, stable as you like. I don't think I like the sliding bass being that open on the filter frequency of it. It should probably stay a little bit more closed, because the other bass line is fairly dark sounding, very warm sounding, right? And then you get like a very sharp bass line to contrast that. It's not the best in my opinion. Is it okay to send acid techno for feedback? Yes. I hope it sounds better than a fart. I hope for you too. But yes, indeed, you could also send just a fart. If you want to. I feel like the vocal being cut up in two parts with some instrument in the middle is a bit strange, because it needs the second part to resolve the first part. Like, the first part of the vocal isn't resolved musically. It finishes on a note that to me sounds like it's not like a good note to end on, to say it like that. Good mix. I think the mix overall, yeah, the balances are decent. I think a little bit extra high-end spice, a high-end bite from the hats and stuff like that would be nice. Is it me, or is the lead that is auto panning, the main lead, now panning from the center to the left and then back to the center? Like, it feels like it's sounding like this, where it goes to the center and back. If it's auto panning, it should, in my opinion, go equally to the left and to the right. Maybe what's happening is that you have a ping pong delay that starts at the left. That might be what I'm hearing. You have a ping pong delay on this, and it's set up in such a way that you really only hear the first delay hit, which is always panned to the left, and then the right hit is so quiet that you don't really hear that. It just makes your sound a little bit like off balance, if you know what I mean. Overall though, very cool track, some very cool ideas in there, and I hope that my feedback helps making it a little bit more interesting. I don't think I've gotten bored listening to the track, just to answer your question here. It reminds me of a Goa melody. It does have some Goa vibes to it with the sound design as well. Let me quickly count how many tracks we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yours got missed, I guess. Did I miss it? I would like to see the attachment, please. Can I? No, yours did not get missed. We haven't gotten to yours yet. The queue is still here. We're currently here in Schrodinger, and we're scrolling down. So we have like 15 tracks left to go. Yeah, please don't use this as the YouTube chat. This is not a chat where you're chatting with me. There is a deliberate chat on YouTube where you can talk to me and that kind of stuff. So please remove this, because if people start chatting in here and discussing and stuff like that, I have this on my second screen most of the time, and I always get like new notifications with how many messages are here. And if I see like 5 messages and I all think they're tracks, I might freak out with like I don't have enough time or something like that to listen to all of that. So please use the YouTube chat for chatting to me. That is where everybody else is chatting as well, so I would like to have that in one single spot. Yeah, next up, as I said, we're moving on to Schrodinger here. I'm going to do like another half an hour before I do the usual break that I have. I also get messages from YouTube saying that we have connection issues, so everything is triggering me. Everything is going off at the same time. I don't really finish the mixing process at the moment, and not sure about every sound what is in there, so an extra opinion would be great. Thank you for the opportunity. You're welcome. This is Schrodinger 187F test. This one is for me. Try to do some high tech. My biggest problem is that the leads are kind of messy. Hope I can fix that. Up until this point, it doesn't sound too bad. I can hear like some weird shimmering and stuff in the background, but that's adding a little bit of extra character, I guess. It is a bit of a strange transition. It's a very strange transition here. This kick and bass is really bad. I feel like the bass line is almost an octave too low, and the kick is an octave too high. Also, the kick transient is less strong than the bass transient, so...
Okay, Enough with the
If-
Barnaby melodies. Where is the high-tech?
Yeah, this kick and bass is not powerful.
High-tech.
It's the bass line that is giving all the punch, while it should be the kick. The bass line is like clicky, it has a strong transient to it, it has a strong power to it, but that should be the kick that should be doing that. That's what we're dancing to at the end of the day. Sound design is really cool. Sound design is really like clearly high-tech sound design.
But I want to hear the melodies again.
I don't think I like the melody part here. I don't think that works. It's... I like this stuff more, the atmospheric stuff and the actual sound design stuff, as opposed to the melodies that you're doing.
Yeah, you know, my boyfriend Ken over there said he liked the high-tech more. Could you please stop with the melodies and play like real aggressive high-tech so he doesn't get angry?
Okay, let's get aggressive.
I also, there's another maybe thing in regards to the art, as opposed to like the technical part, which I usually like to cover. Text-to-speech vocals written by the artist for the track sound too written for me. Melody and bass is not in the same key. Maybe. Tuning and that kind of stuff is something that I'm really bad at. I feel like that is not in the right BPM, that fill though.
Maybe we can combine them together.
Yeah, the melody part, having the melody in there, it sounds strange. Kind of funny seeing the kick drum over here at 100 Hz and then the bass just sitting down below here. Usually it's the other way around. You want to have your kick sit down below here and then the bass play an octave higher.
Running through my head.
Overall, I guess that I can give you the same tips as I gave a few people before. It's clear that to me you're still a beginning high-tech producer, that you're still starting out, either in high-tech or in psytrance in general. I feel like you have been producing for a little bit longer maybe than the other person, but maybe you have been producing a different genre, something that isn't the psychedelic genre, I guess, because I hear a lot of things that other people that have produced psytrance for a short time and have produced other genres for a very long time do, which is like a little bit counter to the philosophy of what we tend to do inside of psytrance. And this is something that I've personally struggled with as well, because I used to make other types of music for like 8-9 years before I started getting into psytrance. So the melodic part, generally speaking, we don't do melodies. So unless it's maybe like an acid line ARP kind of thing, you're not going to have like a melody. Second, one of the things that I had to not, for me it wasn't really a difference in step, but a lot of people that come from other genres, what they'll do is they'll play a lot of leads, a lot of synths in the synth register. In the if you go into Serum here, they go into this register from C3 to C4, or maybe from C2 to C3, or even some people that go from C1 to C2, which is one register above the sub bass. A lot of the synths that you're going to get, say, if I go into the tone spec, the very first tone, this is like a FM thing, right? If I play it like this isn't really psytrance. This is just like a very zoomy kind of synth sound. If I go 3 octaves lower, it's classic psytrance FM, right? If I go another octave lower, you almost get like a dark side kind of thing, right? Throw a bandpass on it and modulate. There you have, let's go 2 voices. That's like a dark side kind of thing, right? So a lot of the synths that you were playing were like up here, and then doing this kind of stuff. It's just less powerful than this, or this, right? So that's another thing that I would try to fix. And of course the kick and bass, in my opinion, sounded off. That there was, it was like flipped on its head the way that it's supposed to be. High-tech tends to have the bass line an octave higher than other genres, and that is so that the kick can dive below it with its sub bass. In this case, you went with the lower octave for the bass line, and then had the kick peak higher, which is strange, because then you get kind of like the opposite of punch, right? What you would like is you want to have the part that you dance to, you want some strong powerful movement to, and then the bass line in between is kind of to fill up the space. In this case, it felt like the bass line was the strong part. It also had a stronger transient, it had a stronger click. So the bass line was the stronger part here, whereas the kick needs to be the stronger part, I would say. Either way, still very nice job. We have another message here. I always have to check if it's not a Patreon. But next up we have Enroll Deville. Still a work in progress. I think that's what WIPP stands for. But the idea is there. Okay. I should play it from here. Très Rexy. I have no idea how to pronounce it, but here's the track. Strange kick drum that was cut halfway through there. Beat is nice and strong, I like that. Overall, the bassline is doing some weird things, and I would love to hear a little bit more of the detail from it. So I think it's a little bit too quiet. Suddenly the kick drum is all over the place here. There was some weirdness happening there. You definitely need to do some resampling. I think the reason why your kick drum is lacking a little bit of punch and power and that kind of thing was because of the lack of resampling here. Like, this is just a mess. What we see over here, right? You can also see the transient over here, not really having a clear definition. So I think that that's resampling issues there. Overall, sounds great. It is still a work in progress. I do understand that you did not resample it. To be honest, lately I've been thinking more and more in the form of resampling at the end of the project doesn't really make sense. The best thing to probably do is resample as early on as you can. And I mean by that, once you have determined what your track is going to sound like in terms of kick and bass, and once you've started maybe working on the arrangement, that is probably the time where you want to switch over to audio. And that doesn't mean removing the bass patch, that just means already arranging in audio and that kind of stuff. Because it's going to be a lot easier replacing the sample then. Like, for example, in Ableton, if I have to replace a kick drum, and I have the kick drum already in audio, right? I'm just gonna put on a random kick. This isn't even sideline stuff, but say that I have this random kick drum, I want to replace this kick drum. The same is true with the bass. In Ableton, you can just go in here and you can go manage sample file, replace, and I can say, oh, I wanted this kick. And now I have a different kick drum. Yeah, you guys didn't know which the first one was, so that doesn't really matter. But that's a way that you can get... It's easier to replace it like that. So say that you were to do that for bass, right? It is easier to do it like that, where you just replace the individual bass samples, than having to go through and recreate the bass from scratch, all of the different edits and things that you need to do in the audio in order to make the bass line make sense in audio. Because that's what the resampling really is for. At the end of the day, the reason why we resample is so that we make sure that we don't get any issues like that, where things are bleeding into transient, things are killing the punch of our elements, that kind of thing. We are confining the bass line to a specific moment in time, right? So what I would suggest is resample right now for you, for the production. Make the bass line with the audio part. And then if you say like, oh, but I don't like the tonality of the bass line anymore, it's no longer working for the track, right? As we all do as sidetrans producers, at some point we're going to want to continue working on the kick and bass. Then you still have to patch somewhere, you still have the serum presets and all of the processing, and then you can render out the new version of the bass and just sample replace, which is a lot easier than doing it or having to do that at the end of the production. I always said like people resample at the end of the production anyway, but I think a lot of people just forget and don't care. I also think that a lot of people do resample but don't get the spirit of the resampling, and then they'll have their resampled bassline and they'll start throwing processors on there, and they say like, but it's in audio, so it will be fine. And then there's like 16 multiband plugins on it, and it's all phased to death and it won't have any punch anymore. So I think starting out in audio early on is maybe a better way of doing it. Back in the day, we always resampled at the start of projects. We didn't know what phase aligning was. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, people didn't really care. People weren't squashing out the dynamic range either, so there was no need to know about phase alignment and phase. There's two different things. There's the phase alignment, which you talk about, and the phasing, which I talk about. Those are two different things. Phase alignment is having the subbase of your baseline follow the same sine wave as the subbase of your kick, right? That is a very specific part of the phase conversation of the baseline. But in general, the multiband processing, that the filters that give it its zappiness, right? That turns the click of the saw wave into more of a short sweep. That is the phasing, and some people call it phase distortion, which I also don't like because it's sometimes associated with FM, which is a whole other topic. But it's essentially the phase rotation that you get from filters that do all of the processing in the modern sidetrans baseline. And that second part brings a lot of problems because you're delaying certain frequencies. So you may have the subbase of your baseline over here, right? Say that this is the MIDI clip that is your baseline, and the note is playing from here to here. Then you would expect the subbase to be here. But if you have one multiband, it's going to go here. If you have two, it's going to go here. If you have three, it's going to go here. It may not be that drastic, but let's say that it moves back every time that you process it in different ways. And that is the issue that you get because, of course, that subbase being later on, it's going to sit in the space where the transient of the next bass notes need to be, or the transient of the kick needs to be. So there's definitely issues that you can get from there. The result is the same. No, they're two different processes, completely unrelated. You phase align so that you don't get phasing. No, that is not, has nothing to do with it. Phasing is this stuff. I make serum preset, right? Sidetrans baseline is one of the easiest things. We put the phase there. We make our envelope, which we tie to the length of the note, and then we set up our filter. This is the baseline, right? The patch that we use. This is the easiest variant of that. The phasing is what happens when you do this, when you start applying multiband processors. And in this case, what you'll find is that that actually changes the waveform in significant ways, even though we're not processing it yet. So signalizer is probably best here. Oscilloscope. Does this? Yeah. So if I show this and keep playing with it, you can see this is no longer a saw wave. And that's purely, it has nothing to do with the processing that's on there. In fact, none of these processes are actually doing anything because they have a ratio of 1:1, so they're not actually compressing. The whole reason why you see this not being a saw wave anymore has to do with the way that the filters are set. So this is the, I call it phasing, but it's introducing a phase rotation based on the filter that you set up over here. That is why you need to spend so much time tuning your filters to the baseline, because it has the direct influence on the actual form of the baseline. If I decide to add another plugin, say Vitamin, which is a very popular processing plugin, I'm again not going to use any of the processing. I'm just going to set frequencies here, and we can see now we have a more zappy waveform. We can already see the characteristic coming in that the click that used to be here, this thing over here, is now being smoothed out into kind of like a zappiness, right? All of this stuff over here initially comes from the click. This has nothing to do with phase alignment. Nothing that we're doing here is in relationship to the kick. Phase alignment has to be in relationship to something else, right? This is just the processing to get the sound that we want. Phase alignment is a different part. This is phasing, this is phase alignment. They use the same methods, they use the same tools. You can do phase alignment with a high pass filter if you want to, which would also introduce the same kind of phasing that you would with a multiband crossover filter. But they're not like part of the same process. And in the phase alignment, you can probably do phase alignment in such a way that you wouldn't need to resample after it. Phasing, this kind of processing, you cannot do that. If I make a note specifically a 16 note long, in fact a little bit shorter, by setting up the volume like this, what we'll find is that that is not respected when we look at the processing. So we'll make this long enough here. So this should trigger a 16 note. Right, yes. If I flatten this, you'll see that the waveform continues significantly longer than the length of the clip. This stuff is what we're trying to get rid of when we're resampling. And that is purely has to do with the phasing. I think phase alignment is possible without having to resample afterwards. I don't think I said that it was the same. The result is the same. You phase align so you don't get phasing. I feel like you, with those two sentences, maybe I misunderstood, but especially the second part, you phase align so that you don't get phasing. If with phasing you mean the same what I mean, which is the weird little wobbles that we see in sidetrans basses, this stuff, then yeah, no, those are two different processes. If that's not what you meant, then I misinterpreted and I'm sorry for that. Don't worry, be zappy. Exactly. Phase alignment is usually applied when recording several takes of the same instrument / vocal. Yeah, that's more in the traditional mixing part when you have multiple microphones to record, for example, drums. Drums is the most common example of that because you have both your individual instrument mics and your room mics or a full drum kit mic, that kind of stuff, like the reverb mic and all of that. And generally speaking, you want all of those phase aligned so that you don't have the transient of one canceling out the transient of the other, that kind of stuff. That's more the traditional phase alignment. When we say phase alignment, of course, in the context of sidetrans production, it is between kick and bass. Overhead mic / kick mic, that kind of stuff. Yes, exactly. Anyway, I'm yapping again. It's been 1.5 hours, so I think I'll take a quick break and then we'll continue with the next track, which is going to be Autonom here, this one. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more to go. Okay. I might close the queue when I get back, but I'll have to see. It's getting to the point again where it grows faster than it shrinks, which is good. It means that my stream has a lot of viewers. Anyway, let me put on this track over here. It's taking its sweet time to load, but should be all good now. Yeah, I'll play this track, and when this track is finished, the break will be over, and I'll be back, and we'll continue listening to your music. Just so that you guys have something cool to look at, I'll quickly copy this over. And then I'll be right back.
that you were able every night to dream any dream you wanted to dream. Naturally, as you began on this adventure of dreams, you would fulfill all your wishes, every kind of pleasure you could conceive. And then you would get more and more adventurous, and you would make further and further out gambles as to what you would dream. So in this idea then, everybody is fundamentally the ultimate reality.
Of course, I'll let this track finish for you guys. Rock this track. Thank you. Nice groove, nice. Lavazza time, yes indeed. I hope you got your Lavazza ready. I think this is still the version of the track that had the production error where one of the audio clips that is the voice that is coming up, that is rising here. Like the choir chords that you hear. I copied them from a different place and copied them one track higher than they needed to be, so it's way louder than it needs to be. Especially towards the end here. It's also strangely filtered. It releases both power, melody, and introspection. Very beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much. We don't have to listen to it twice, though. We're going to listen to your guys' music again. So yeah, the next track is here by Zeep Xantorp, also known as Autonom. Hi there. This is... Hi, here is a Psy/DMB track I've been working on. Would love to hear what you think. Thanks. Let's have a listen. Of course, from here. Control 24/7/26. This track is from 2 years in the future. This was in the intro almost painfully bright at the start. Now it's a little bit better. I like the vibe of this. I like the overall sound. I hope this isn't the remix, by the way, with the vocals playing in here. I'm always a little bit scared when there's vocals playing like that. Isolator, welcome. I'm doing fine, thank you. Syncopation is very interesting. I agree, yeah. What I would probably do at this point though, now that there's more synths and wobbles and stuff like that coming in, is I would completely remove the vocals, because now it feels like I need to focus on the vocals, what they're trying to say. And it's too hard to do that. Here also, I don't think you need that low of a frequency, so maybe low past that at like 20 Hz or something like that. Snare is a bit loud, but nice drop. I don't think it was too loud, I thought it was a little bit too bright. Not to the point where it became like a real big problem. Here again it's like slightly overly bright and stuff. Yeah, here again we're in a part where the vocal is... you're unable to hear the vocal. So in that case I would just remove it completely. Because now we're, again as listeners, trying to focus on something that we cannot hear. This is a spot where the vocal can stand out a bit more, right? So this is a spot where I would have the vocal like you have now. One of the things you have to keep in mind when you're working with vocals is that by definition vocals are a main element. And you have to mix accordingly, and one of the things that you have to keep in mind is that the vocal needs space. We need to be able to psychologically be able to take the vocal out of the individual audio signal that is just playing and be able to hear it. When there's too much stuff playing, like in that second drop, when the second drop started and the vocal was, I think, glitched up in a way as well, it is really hard for us to decode what the vocal is saying, and psychologically, as humans, we are drawn to vocals. We are drawn to a voice. I've made this comparison before, but you can... if you're standing in the club where a track is playing at, I don't know, 120, 130 BPM, whatever volume they have set for the speakers and whatnot, your friend at 80 decibels, at 80 decibels, they're able to speak over it. Even though, like, technically, that shouldn't work, right? If something is playing at 120 dB, it should drown out anything that is at maybe 80, 90 dB. But you have your friends screaming in your ear and you're still able to understand them because you're just naturally good at decoding vocals out of busy signals. But that only goes to a certain extent. And that if your friends were to whisper in your ear while at the club and they were playing, you just wouldn't be able to hear it. And the same is kind of true in this mix here. The mix is forcing me to try to listen to this vocal, because the vocal is playing, the vocal is doing something. I'm clearly able to tell that it is a vocal, but the mix does not allow me to actually understand what the vocal says, what the story of the track is. So in that regard, I think it's partially an arrangement issue, in that the vocal plays on parts where even the best mixing engineer possible would not be able to make enough space to actually put the vocal in there without sacrificing a lot of the detail of the other instruments, right? You would need to filter out all of the higher frequencies of the filter wobbles that you're doing. You would need to filter out the clicks of the sidetrans bass that you were doing. You would need to filter out a lot of the detail sounds that are in there. All of that kind of stuff would need to be taken out of the mix in order for the vocal to have enough space. So in that regard, I would say where you have the least amount of space, just don't play the vocals. Have that part of the track just play the instruments and go full power there, so that you can also mix-wise give full power to all of the other instruments. And then have the parts where you're maybe a little bit lower in energy, maybe there's a little bit fewer elements play, and then have the vocal there, make enough space in the other instruments there for the vocal to really come through. And then, in my opinion, it would be a better track, because then the vocal it's playing a little bit less. Maybe you have a few phrases that you would have to delete, maybe a few repetitions that you would have to delete, that kind of stuff. But overall, the vocal confined to individual spaces would allow you to mix them into those individual spaces, take out all of the elements that aren't really necessary there, and that should give you just a better mix out of it. Until you get married, then you prefer less vocals. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, without the vocals, the drop would have more room to be powerful. Exactly. Okay. Let me quickly check if the last submission isn't a patron. No, it isn't. So then we can move on with Hardwick over here. Hey, Yo Projector, this is a new tune from my upcoming debut album. Interesting, nice. This song is close to done. I did the master myself, where I pushed it quite hard. Achieved -6 left short-term max without sound destruction. Would love to hear your thoughts. Okay. Melodic full-on sidetrans 144 BPM in F. And -7.6 LUFS integrated. Integrated, I always go for roughly -8, so this is maybe a little bit louder than I would master it myself. I don't like short-term measurements, although they are a good indication. Like if you hit -6.4 LUFS max on the most energetic part of your track, -6.5 to -6, then you're probably in the ballpark for a good integrated loudness. But when mastering, I try to always focus on the integrated loudness and get that to, I always say like -8 is my target, but I'm not super precise. If it's -7.9 or 7.8 or -8.2, that doesn't really matter to me. You just want to be close around that. And of course, it's going to depend on the mix that you're getting as well. But let's have a listen to Primordial Magic pre-release. But it doesn't cut at -11 LUFS SoundCloud. It just does loudness compensation. Does SoundCloud do loudness compensation? I think they do, right? No, they don't. They don't. I know for a fact they don't, because we sometimes have tracks that are way quieter. Maybe it's an option that you can turn on, but I don't think by default it's doing that. SoundCloud. Spotify and stuff, they do it always. No, even in Spotify you can turn it off. But streaming services by default, they do loudness compensation, which is just turning up and down the volume. It's not really cutting anything. I like it. I like the grid synths and that kind of stuff. Sounds very nice. Kick and bass also sounds clean. YouTube at minus 14 loves? Yes. YouTube compensates at minus 14 loves. Overall, we have a nice strong mix here. The only thing that I've noticed that is really strange for me is the loudness of the risers and the effects and stuff like that. We just heard a very, very good example of that in that last build-up, where the riser actually overtakes in volume the main melody that is also rising, which to me is a strange perspective, because the riser is purely there to add extra energy to the idea, right? So the idea should always be first, and then the riser should be below that. So what I would do is I would lower the volume of those risers. I've heard it before as well as some other sounds that to me like functionally sound like a sound that would be a supporting sound. Like a riser to me is a supporting sound. As I said, it supports the main idea. You have your melody that is rising with a frequency shifter, I think you are doing. So something like that. There was at least a rising motion to it, and then you have a riser below that to enforce that rising motion. As opposed to having the riser really overtake the musical idea. So I would personally try to mix the things like risers a little bit quieter than you're doing here. Other than that, the mix is pretty much spot on here. Bugs Funny, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Super balanced and low end rocks. Yes, it is a very, very clean mix. Here as well, the vocal didn't really have the power to come through the downlifter when the downlifter first played. Maybe having this melodic thing already in the breakdown so that prepares us for the drop would also be nice.
May the Earth Mother guide you.
Nice clean vocals.
Dance upon the winds with me. Protector of the forests.
I'm not a fan of the vocal panning here. And again here I feel like the risers are a little bit too loud. Maybe in the last part where they're alone that would make sense, but in the part where they're still playing with the vocals and the other stuff, it could be a little bit quieter. And then of course you want to, if you do like a volume automation for that, you would smooth that out, of course. Okay, maybe one other mixing thing that I would change, and that is increasing the volume of the snare. I feel like the snare, and to a certain extent the other drums as well, but mainly the snare is where I hear the most, is not really coming through this part over here. Nicely resampled, nice clean transients. Like, you can technically say that something like this, where it's slightly off, is not perfectly resampled, but I mean, that doesn't matter, right? The main thing that I look at when I look at the resampling is the transients of the kick drum is the main thing, and then I also would like the transient of the bass line to be at least clear enough that they have space enough that they don't get pushed into a limiter or lose any punch in that regard. And in this case, the bass line is going down in volume before it, so that would be good enough. Like, I could probably zoom in here and say that, oh, well, the transient, if you really look at it, it doesn't exactly go down to silence when we zoom into it. Voila, that doesn't really matter, right? But at the end of the day, there is some kind of leeway in there, so this is perfect. This is good. Next up, we have Apocalypse Musicale, Into the Unknown. No message here, so let's just hit play. Can you hear how good my Italian is, right? Absolutely no accent whatsoever. Here and see is low frequency rumble coming from the plugs. Also a lot of bleeding into transients, a lot of bleeding into from the kick into the bass here. So the kick seems to be longer than half the beat, which I would recommend against, because then you get issues here where you think the bass has full space to play. So I think you open up an LFO tool or something like that, or a sidechaining here on the offbeat, and they're still bleeding into each other, so your bass line is going to lose a lot of punch here because it has to compete with the very last bit of the kick drum. That was a pleasure, Hardik. Yeah, very cool track. I really liked it. Some small details to fix, but overall great track. I'm again getting messages of connection issues, but I don't see anything, so if I ever miss out or disconnect or whatever, feel free to shoot me a message. And of course, just if you miss a question or anything that I say in the stream, you can just message me in the chat, of course, and then I can repeat it. I feel like this track is maybe also a little too bass heavy. Like, if you lower the sub by 2-3 dB, I think that the track would be a little bit better. Because it doesn't really have too dark of a feeling. to me, but it's mixed that way. In this case, the kick drum is getting completely destroyed by the bass. We can see heart bleeding into the transient over here. We can essentially see the transient sitting exactly inside of a zero crossing, and then it gets destroyed again. So you're losing all of the punch of this bit over here, right? That is all getting crushed into a limiter and getting pushed away by the tail of the bass line. Bisla, welcome. Nice to see you here. Bit of a random spot for the kick to start playing again, halfway through the musical phrasing. Synth wave vibe is fire. I do agree, the instrumentation of this track is really well done. Also the musical ideas are there, the groove is there. It just needs a better mix. And especially the cleaning up with the transients, I think you're losing a lot of power by the fact that you're bleeding into transients that way, I guess. Nice. Sounds very good. Thanks for the feedback. You're welcome. Hope that it's helpful. Next up we have Lexon, also known as, I guess also Lexon, and then the track name is Berserk Frenzy. Starting out very berserk indeed. I might need to replace my... Ah no, this is the actual stereo. Okay, this is very loud. I mean, it's meant to be. I don't understand now being so quiet then. This is crisp, pristine loudness. Like, it's very clean transients, very clean stereo width, very clean spectrally. Personally, I would probably have the kick be a little bit more in front. But overall, this is very, very clean. I feel like I'm too zoomed in, maybe. But I'm not, right? I'm zooming out and it's not getting any smaller. This is just... I mean, you can also hear that it's just stupidly loud, but in a good way. This is very impressive. I'm very impressed with the quality of the loudness that you have achieved here. It's actually really hard to do. What you might want to try for something like a break like this is not getting it clipping everywhere. So that the loudness comes a little bit more, comes through a little bit more in the drop, right? Like for the breakdown, you can just set the input gain into your limit, your final limiter or final clipper, whatever you're using. Be a little bit quieter, and then when the drop hits, it gets full volume again. Don't really like the lack of proper transient here. Like a nice click to this would be nice. Overall, sounds very, very nice. People may underappreciate the stuff that is happening here, but this kind of loudness, getting this loud and this clean while doing it, is really, really difficult. So, overall, very, very well done. Very impressive. How many more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, nice. We're actually making some progress here. Next up we have Deepigus. No, not a real name yet. I understand. Let's have a listen to Not a Real Name Yet. Impressive work. Yeah, exactly. That kind of loudness is very hard to get. I'm assuming you used, Lexon, I'm assuming you used the... What's it called? The clip to zero method there, right? Here you're getting to the point where stuff is way too stereo. Yeah, now we can see that there's no loudness compensation in SoundCloud, because this track is also playing through SoundCloud, just like the last one. Nice kick and bass, nice and clean. The fact that you're using such short notes always helps, of course. Kick and bass could be a bit louder. I would give it maybe another 2 dB. So that it's a bit more in balance with the other elements that you have now, I think. Someone should create a nightclub where it has synchronizer running on the big screen all night. Just a bunch of people like drugged out of their mind, staring to the different signals, the different things. Like that. Yeah, it's not remixed yet. I would imagine that would be the case. I just give you a few tips for when you do end up mixing this thing. Musically speaking, I mean, there's not much to say. You're doing some great stuff here, some great sound design. Overall, maybe spending a little bit more time on the stereo field though here. Like these distorted sound, the resonant distorted sounds would be nice to have it a bit more stereo with. We of course had those initial sounds in the beginning which were too wide. It's indeed a nice palate cleanser after that extreme loudness of the last track, to have a little bit more of a quieter track. It does again goes to show maybe that for me personally, balancing all of the volumes and that kind of stuff is a little bit hard. I hope the last track I was still understandable and now that I'm not too loud. I like what you're doing. There's a lot of interesting sound design. There's a lot of cool things here. I do think the track is currently a little bit stale and boring. Because it's all kind of the same. Like after a while it just becomes I would say like blank slate of 7 minutes of psychedelic sounds, right? There is not really a section where, for example, it's not the same style of sound design, or it's just one sound playing like a rhythm or something like that for, say, 8 bars or 16 bars. You're doing a lot of cool stuff, right? I don't want to take that away from you, but it seems to result all in very similar ideas, I would say. Can I send another track? Of course. Also, a little bit more of a click out of the bassline wouldn't hurt. A little bit of a, you know, sharper transient. Overall, though, very cool stuff. I know it's a little bit against the style of the more darker types of psytrance, the more psychedelic types of psytrance, but every time I listen to some of the darker types of psytrance that people say they really like and that they really want to sound like, there's always a moment or two where there's either a break or there's maybe a vocal that is playing on its own, or there's like they have a moment where there's one synth playing on its own, and they do sound design in the same way that you're sound designing, right? Which is the very quick alteration of different sounds, kind of taking each other over very quickly. That is still like the majority of the track, but there's some key moments that still make the track memorable and unique, and I feel like that's what's missing from this track over here. Just a few moments where, I don't know, you get an FM synth and you play a rhythm that is a bar long and you repeat that for 16 bars, and then you go back into the normal stuff that you were doing. To just have one part where it's really standing out, that there's just like a difference in there. Why am I doing this? I don't know. I'm supposed to go here to Dema with Khaleesi 151 minus 6, so 145 dB or BPM. Wait, 151 BPM, minus 6 dB LUFS, 24-bit master. Okay, that is what I'm seeing here. Sorry, I was doing math. I started doing math on the BPM. Oh, so it's 145 BPM then. Anyway, Khaleesi by Demma. Let's have a listen. I need to play from here. We'll go straight into it, of course, here. In fact, the first kick was actually cut off, so you have an export issue there. Nice clean kick and bass. Overall, I feel like everything but the kick and bass should be turned down by 2 dB. Or you can turn up the kick and bass, of course, and then compensate in your master chain. Whatever is easier. It became louder.
What she did to Khaleesi to kill her was a beautiful soul.
I think you have some kind of automation issue or something like that. It just turned up in loudness there. Here we have one of those spaces that I talked about before with Dipicus's track. This is one of those spaces where it's just like that comb filter synth playing for a while. It's still even like very similar in terms of vibes, right? I could see this synth working in the Dipicus track, but it stands out. And then now you can go back into all kinds of synths kind of taking off from each other, which is what Dama is doing over here. Even have that one synth become part of the collection of synths that are kind of cutting each other off. That is the way that I like to think of it. I have a very itchy nose. But either way, I feel like this track is a little bit more memorable because it uses like different ideas of the arrangement in different parts and not just have the sound design kind of cut each other off throughout the whole track. The more you touch it, the more itchy it becomes, but it's something that is hard for me to learn. Is everything low cut except for low end in this track? I think so. I don't hear any obvious conflict in the low frequencies here. Overall, very, very clean sounding. I like this track as well. See a lot of praise for it in the chat as well. But this is very well done. This is very well produced. You do have the same repeating snare pattern here, which is a little bit strange. Yeah, now it's back to what like it was before. For 8 bars there, it felt like you duplicated 1 bar of the pattern instead of 2. This is a bit strange though, that or maybe this is where you're still working on it, but the synth started playing some kind of rhythm, which I really liked, the setup there that was being set up, the rhythm of it repeating twice and then something else and then repeating twice and then something else. That was really cool, and then suddenly the synth just completely stopped. So I'm assuming that this is still the part that is maybe like work in progress. But overall, great track. I really liked it. Sounded really nice. Peace, brother. Thank you all. Thank you for stopping by. This is where I drank. Yes. Okay. I again have to check if there's no patrons. No, there's not. That means that the next person that we're going to listen to is Effaced Reality. Is that how you pronounce it? Effaced Reality here. Greetings, brother. I'm a new producer and I still have a lot of things to learn. I would like to know how the kick and bass sounds, if some sounds are overpowering others, and if the mixing is correct. I feel some transitions are not correct. Feel feedback on intro and atmosphere as well would be appreciated. I saw your tutorial on how to make particles on Vital and I love them in this track. Thank you. I'll see if I can hear them as well. If I can point them out. It's always funny. I've always thought like there's going to be a moment where I'm going to hear like my own preset very obviously somewhere on a festival or something like that. Maybe here as well I would have said like, hey, that's something from my tutorial. Overall I don't like that the kick and bass and the drums are already in here. This feels a little bit busy, a little bit over the top. Overall the kick is somehow saturating as well as... Yeah, the kick is distorting. You hear like extra harmonics on it. It also doesn't have a lot of power. Like the kick needs to be louder. You can see the power of the bass here is way louder. Right? This part, this part, this part. So the kick is way too quiet. Overall, the sound design feels very extreme, very over the top. There's some sounds that just poke out of it. I don't like that. I don't like the idea of it slowing down and then speeding up again. It's hard to dance to. I would do that maybe in a breakdown or something like that. Overall, the mix is, to be honest, kind of non-existent still. Like a mix means that you're setting priority to different elements. And here all of the synths are louder perceived than the kick and bass. Even though the kick and bass are the most important, the kick is the most important part of your sidetrance track and the kick is getting drowned out by the bass and some of the synths. So mix balance wise there's big issues here. Don't expect that to be, that you're able to solve that in a week. That is something that it takes years or months to learn and years to master. The best way to speed up that process, to maybe have it take only 1 or 2 years, is to listen to other people's music every day for at least half an hour. If you're doing anything mixing related, I would suggest doing it for an hour before your mixing sessions, so that you get your ear in tune for what the music is supposed to sound like. Also, in between mixing sessions, it's maybe a good idea to do that. You also seem to have some synths that are out of sync with the beat. Do you see how this is the synth over here? It starts and stops in a point that isn't in line with the rhythm setup by the kick and bass. So that sounds very off. Here as well, it seems like you're doing some strange triplet thing here, like there's playing 3 notes between the beat and the offbeat, which is really strange to do. Yeah, because this is the beat and this is the offbeat. Ignore the line here, that doesn't matter. A lot of stuff is out of sync. This thing is also out of sync. This synth. You can see how distorted the kick drum is. You can see the second harmonic in here from the saturation. Overall, it's clear to me that, as I said, you are still starting out your production journey. I would guess that you are maybe 6 months into production, something like that. It takes a lot of time. It takes a while to get good at music production, especially psytrance. I think psytrance is one of the hardest genres from a technical perspective. Mixing wise, getting all of the details right that you would need to get the kind of punch and power out of your kick and bass and stuff like that, that the pros are getting, or the people that have been doing this for a while are getting, is really, really hard. And that takes a while. But I feel like overall, just the ideas that you currently have in the track are a little bit too chaotic, a little bit too all over the place. And the sound design is obviously there. Like, you obviously know some of the basics about psytrance sound design and some of the things that we tend to do. It feels like, especially in stuff like the intro, that it was a little bit too much. So there's why I would say, like, you know your stuff, but you don't know yet how to apply it. And I think that is a lack of listening, a lack of referencing of other people's music. You know all your tools, I guess, is the way to say it, but you don't know yet how to properly apply them to make the music that you probably want to make. Next up we have Psypox here, Separation, Herpaderp version. This is going to be interesting. Good luck at the festival as well. Hope you have a nice set wherever this is. I've started playing. Oh, there we go.
Separation is an illusion. There is no separation in a mix.
Psypox, Separation.
A single stereo waveform. It's all
Oh, it's Dan.
like a cake mixture. It is a mix, and what we do is called mixing. Separation between parts is something that happens inside your head when you listen to your mix, and hopefully also inside your listeners' heads in a similar manner. But it's not real, it's an hallucination.
Okay, bit of a strange kick and bass. I like it though, like tonally it's interesting. I would say this kick and bass probably can use some transient smoothing, which is a trick that I've discussed already but haven't shown off on the channel yet. There's a video going to come out soon on kick and bass details that is going to cover the idea. But essentially, right now what I see is that there's phase shift applied to the lower frequencies, right? We see the traditional kind of processing shape of the bass line here, and that's no longer a saw wave. We see the kind of zappiness here and the transient that is commonly associated with that. But we still see like a very sharp click here. Just like a single spike. I can zoom into it, zoom into it. I still cannot see the oscillation, right? There we are. We're looking at the scale of This is 25 milliseconds, so this click is a millisecond long, roughly. What you can do in order to make that click a little bit smoothed out and have it not as strongly click there, is to use the same kind of approach to the way that we shift the low frequencies in terms of bass, but only to the high frequencies. So the whole trick is on your bass line, you open up a multiband dynamics, and instead of setting your, like an extra one, instead of setting your traditional, you know, the low band over here, and then you have a second band over here, which you normally do with the processing, you create like 5-6 bands and you all set them in the high frequencies somewhere over here. And if you do this, you get a much smoother click out of the transient. Della, welcome. How are you doing? The stream breaks up. Something went wrong, refresh and try again later, learn more. That's strange. Is that happening for anybody else? Can definitely hear still some of the Xenon influences, even though this is, because Xenon is with like a sliding kick and bass, right? You have a sliding bass line. Cool. Somebody may have to correct me here on my ideas of what Xenon is, but I've always believed that it's like a darker sliding bass line or something like that. Not your traditional roadie bass line, and especially not like a very bright clicky one like this. I feel like you're trying to combine Dark Side and Xenon here with this track. Correct me if I'm wrong on it. 3200s with modern production quality. I guess it is kind of like that, because in the earlier days they were more likely to have, or they would often use the kick that is like very short like this, and they wouldn't have to deal with the bass clashing between the kick and the first note of the bass, right? Overall, you may notice that I'm not really speaking or giving feedback. That is because I feel like I don't have anything to say. Like, production quality, this is one of the best tracks we've had. Not just this stream, but throughout, from what I can remember, maybe the last couple of months. Something like that. There's a very strong detail here in the mix. It's production-wise, it's very well done. All the little details and the little bleeps and bloops. Kick and bass is sounding very nice. Xenon is quite minimal and groovy. Yeah. I've been on Xenon records since it started. But isn't Xenon also a genre then? I know it's a record label, but I thought it was also like a genre that is, because I saw a Dash video and he talks about how they sample more nature sounds, and it's more based on like these small snippets of sound that we have here, But in his tutorial he had like a sliding bassline below, and that is basically everything that I've heard about it. Like, I'm not too deep into the lore. Xenon Records has such a unique style that it has become its own genre. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. I mean, if the label has been around for so long, as you say, like 20 years, that makes sense if they have been unique like that for 20 years, that at some point it becomes its own thing, right? Its own subgenre of the wider psytrance genre.
But it's not real, it's an hallucination.
It's very trippy hearing the voice of Dan in a psytrance track. Yeah, overall, production-wise, sounds very nice. I would say at this point, I might be getting a little bit bored of every bar having that like low FM stab. Especially because there's not much else going on in this frequency region. This is exactly in the like 400 Hertz dip that we tend to add to the kick and bass. But overall, very, very nice. It can rattle the fillings out of your teeth. That's a good way of saying it. That was the... I didn't see that when he sent it, but that was the message down here. Overall, as I said, great track. Sounds very well done. You can clearly see that this is somebody that has been producing for a while, and as he said, 20 plus years on the label. At some point you're going to nail the style, right? Anyway, next up we have quickly checking if there's no patrons, which there aren't, which means that we'll continue with Mystic, also known as Darnock1392, with Sideroll. I don't know how to pronounce the thing on the E, the slide, but I hope I didn't mispronounce it too much. Glad you liked it. Yeah, I'm a little bit sorry because it means that I cannot give too much feedback. Normally I like to, point out a couple of things where people can improve. That is the point of the whole stream, but maybe sometimes it's also good to say, like, you're on the right track, there's not really much to improve here, just keep doing whatever this is. Again, here I see a Reese bass with the sub in the Reese bass. You're going to get a very unstable sub bass from that, which we can see in the levels here. So it is probably a good idea to separate the sub bass here. Especially since you're starting to play with a kick on there as well. That means that you would be able to turn off the sub bass there and have the top stuff playing as well, which I don't think you're doing either. No. Sounds a little bit more distorted here. It's nice and powerful. I like that. What I don't like is that you're bleeding into the transient of your kick drum. Of course, never do that when you submit to my feedback stream. You want to make sure that your kick drums are clean. Overall, in general, the transient could have a little bit more volume, a little bit more power and punch. So not just the resampling, the bleeding part is to blame here. I think overall the transient just lacks high frequency and just impact. In general, the track lacks some high frequency, like the hats and the closed hats and that kind of stuff could also be a bit louder. Any tip to make the kick cleaner? You just have to resample it. While you're working on the kick, I would also slightly lower the volume of the sub bass on it. Like half a dB, maybe a dB. So that it overall becomes a little bit of a flatter kick drum, a little bit less weighty. There was a kick without a transient as well, which is a bit strange. All of that should go away when you resample. Yeah, you can see we're missing kind of the brightness that you often associate with like techno and psytrance and the ravey sound. Around 10 kilohertz you'll often see a much stronger boost than in any other genre. So that is one of the things that I'm missing here, the spice that is usually associated with this kind of music. Overall, the musical idea is progressing amazingly. I like how fresh it stays. I like how we're constantly getting some new sounds and stuff like that. So overall, sounds great. Boosting hi-hats would be a solution. If you have a top drum group, I would recommend the free EQ plugin Lufticus, and then you can just dial in a 40k boost to taste. In this case, you're probably going to get somewhere at like 4. We are not listening to the effect now. I can boost and cut this however I want. I can remove 10 decibels from 160 Hz and you guys hear no difference because we're not actually listening to this plugin. But just to give you an idea, the range that you're probably going to set on is between like 250 and maybe 6. Something like this range over here. That is generally where the useful amounts of boost are with this particular plugin when it comes to brightening up dull sounds like this. Overall, great track, great idea. I would love to see a little bit more work on it and see where it goes. Okay. I I like how my chat is being used to book artists, and the artist that is being booked is not me. One day. Anyway, we have a few more tracks here. It is almost 3 hours of streaming. I am going to take another break, of course, before I listen to all of these tracks, because I want to get going a little bit longer. Hey, I was already booked when I came here. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I'm going to take a break now, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more tracks to listen to at least. So then I hope to listen to music for another hour-ish, maybe something like that. Love your tutorials, learns a lot, thanks to you. You're welcome, glad you like them. And I hope that you'll continue watching, because that's good for me. Which song will I put? I guess this song. It's not finished, this track that I'm about to play. But I would love to hear some... This is the right track, right? Oh no, wait. This one. I have 2 versions of this track for some reason. Either way, I would love to hear your opinion on the track, of course. I'm still working on it. But the ideas are close to finished. They just need... I'm missing a lot of one-shots and detail sounds in this track. Like, the main sequences are there, and I'm pretty happy with them. There's some other ideas, or there's some other parts of the track that need like one-shots and that kind of stuff. I think the first part is still okay, but then from this point on, all of the detail sounds are... Or not all of them, but most of the detail sounds are still missing. Either way, I'll play this track, and once the track is finished, we'll continue listening to some of your music again. Oh, there's all the stuff playing. We don't want that. so nice. Thank you. I see a lot of people are very excited for some of the tracks that are coming up here. Of course, I'll let this track finish. We back? Yes. I'm just letting the track finish and then we'll continue listening to your music. I guess there's one track ahead of you, but you guys as a collective. Hi everyone. What I start doing sidetrans, I take the Sennheiser drum kit is good. There's something better. I would go through my personal favorites in terms of sidetrans samples. I like the Psychedelic Intelligence kits here for my hats and snares and stuff like that. For kick drums, I use a plugin called AudioJack Kick Drum, which I really like. I have the normal version here, and maybe you saw it above here, but I also have the access to the beta version, which is version 2 coming up. That is going to be a massive upgrade. But this is what I use for kick drums creation. Or get the pack from Projector. That is of course also a good idea to get my music or my samples and stuff like that. I have the Psychedelic drum pack here, which has some really cool in-tempo kick drums. So these are for the BPM that is listed over here. Of course also hi-hats, claps, crashes, that kind of stuff. That is really my only drum pack. I also have a kick pack. If you don't want to make your own kicks, these have even more kicks. So these aren't tied to any BPM or key, or these weren't designed for a specific BPM or key. These kicks are designed, of course, for a specific BPM and also, as you can see, a specific key. There's also more of them, but these kicks, so there's 69 kicks in here, but all of the kicks are rendered out for multiple BPMs. So it's the same kick drum rendered out 6 times for the different BPMs and then adapted to the specific BPM. I need to try kick drum. Kick drum is really good. It is it's just better than kick 2. The main reason why I like it so much is because the kick gets generated from the end, meaning that say that you're working on your sidetrans kick, right? And this is what it looks like, and you say, okay, I'm pretty happy with it. I have the phase alignment the way that I want, but I would like the transient to be a little bit more punchy. You can move the transient out, make it more punchy without affecting the phase alignment. So any edits that you do before the halfway point of the kick, which is pretty much where most of the editing happens, right? Especially if you've already made your kick and you're working on fitting it into the track. It doesn't mess with any of the phase alignment. So I could even EQ this kick drum and say, oh, I want a little bit more of 1K. I can introduce a little bit of extra 1K without it changing the phase. You can see if I zoom in over here, it ups the sine wave over here, but it doesn't do that with the traditional EQ, which would also change the phase of that sine wave if you were to move it up or down, right? The phase is staying exactly where it is. The sine wave isn't moving backwards and forwards, which, as you can imagine, since we're doing phase alignment, means that you're actually able to mix in your kick drum with this EQ over here without having to redo any of the phase alignment. Thanks guys, really gentle people. I will try all what you recommended to me. To be honest, if you're just starting out production, don't worry about a lot of this stuff. You're going to build up your own toolbox of tools to use over the years that it's going to take you to learn psytrance production. Or any music production. It's not exclusive to psytrance, of course, although I did say that psytrance is maybe technically more difficult than other genres. And therefore maybe takes more time to master. For any music that you're trying to make, if you're comparing yourself to, say, a professional DJ or a professional producer or just people that have been around for a long time, it's going to take you a lot of time to learn all of the tricks needed to get to that level. And in doing so, you develop the toolbox that you need to actually do that, which is the whole fun part of music production, in my opinion. I didn't know it was named kick drum. Yeah, it's literally named kick drum. I usually just refer to it as Audija, because then people know. Otherwise, it's like kick drum. What does that mean? But yeah, that's what it's called. Anyway, let's move on with some more feedback. We have 6 more tracks. The first one is Demma Grooving Jungle, 150 BPM in A minor. Again, not really starting us off with an intro here. You have some very loud synths in there. Also, your kick drum seems to be clipping. This is not a good idea. You can see some hard clipping on the kick drum here. On the sub of the kick, you're hard clipping even though the transient is louder. That's pretty strange. Cleanliness is also nice, although something like this spike up here, I would try to fix that. Some very bright synths here. I think a bit too bright overall. Again, I feel like the synths are a little bit too loud, just like your last track. It wasn't just that one spike that was popping out earlier. I think this synth is just overall too loud. I think the track is a little bit overly bright. Yeah, this is bright to the point where it's becoming harsh, it's becoming annoying to listen to. I also want to check if this thing isn't malfunctioning. Sometimes it malfunctions, but in this case it isn't. I do think that your stereo field is nice. Nice bright stereo field, nice wide stereo field is something that I like. And it's not getting too wide to the point where it would become a problem in mono, mix-wise. We have time for one more track after all 6. Yes, just keep submitting. As long as I don't close the queue, you guys can continue to submit music. I think the biggest problem here is it is also the brightness of the track, right? It's way too bright. but one of the consequences of that is that there's no separation between the groove elements, which are the hats and the snare and stuff like that, and your synths. Like usually what you'll find is that if you look at the sidetrans track through the waterfall display is that you have 3 areas, which is the low frequency stuff happening, you have your synths happening in the middle, and then you have your high frequency stuff happening over here, which is the hat, right? In this case, it's like there's 2 areas. We have the sub over here, and then we have all of the high frequency material because the synths are also being pushed basically only in the high frequency. Overall, some cool ideas in there. But yeah, it definitely needs a lot of work. The mix is off balance. It's too bright. And I think I pointed out some other things, like some synths are just too loud as well. But overall, some very cool ideas. I've been doing rap beats since I was 14. Now I'm 24. I always listen to Psy since very young because my parents go to festivals, and now I want to start that trip into psytrance music. Thank you for helping me. You're welcome. If you have already been producing for a long time, one of the things that I can recommend that is maybe good for you since you're not like an absolute beginner is my masterclass. A little bit of shameless self-promotion here, but if I go to my Gumroad profile, what you'll see is that there's 2 versions of the masterclass. This is 24 hours of video footage. There's the version with the projects and all of that stuff. Here you can see all of the chapters and what it involves as well. So this will get you all of the files, all of the stems for the project that we end up making. You get the mixing project in Reaper that you can go through. You get the mastering project as well with my mastering chain in there. Of course, you would need to have the plugins that I have. But throughout the masterclass, you'll be able to see which plugins I use, and I also explain how I use them and what I'm trying to do. If you're just interested in the videos, there's also a video version of it. So this is without any of the other files, you just get the videos. So if you're interested in that, there will be a link in the chat to my Gumroad, and it will be the first things on my Gumroad, along with all of my other packs as well. The drum pack that we talked about before is this one. And then I also have the quality kick pack that I talked about before, which is this one over here. So yeah, there's that. Next up, we have, again, Psy Pox here with Recycled. Don't take it too seriously preview. Okay, I'll try. But this track is proper skank. Messy and weird, just as I love it. Sounds very interesting. Let's have a listen. This track has gotten hyped up in the chat before I even listened to it, so this is probably going to be a very good one.
We welcome to you the first and the last artificial intelligence drum solo.
This is very, very interesting indeed. Honestly, I think I like it more on the normal rolling bass line rather than the triplet part. I felt like the triplet part was a little bit too confusing, maybe. But I know that's the vibe that you're going for, to be messy and wanky and all over the place. Sound design wise, of course, this is very, very cool. Just like a sound design enthusiast, I can listen to this, but maybe some people get a little bit too confused about the rhythms of the triplet not lining up with the other stuff that you were doing. In terms of the sound design, and even I think the hats were still like a rolling pattern there, while the bass line was triplet. It's not done. I understand, yes. Maybe the kick and bass could be louder and the synths a bit quieter. I mean, yeah, maybe. Like in this part here, it's not bad, right? In this part, the balance seems to be okay. But I can understand maybe in parts where there's a few more synths playing that you would say something like that. It's Apex Twin making side tracks. That's exactly what it is. I don't think I have to give too much more feedback here. At least there's not a lot of things that I would comment on here, I would say. Like production-wise, it's very clear that you know what you're doing. It's the same kind of deal that I have with Orn. Orn has also been doing hard techno for 20 years now, and every time he uploads a track, it's just me saying like, hey, that's cool, and that's cool, and that is all of the commentary that I'm able to give. It's kind of funny that you're talking about individual hi-hats. I hear so many of them. So many clicks and bloops and all kind of things. Maybe that atmosphere I would lower that a little bit in volume. The like washing thing there. Maybe like lower it by 4 or 5 dB. There's a lot of crazy stuff going on here. Am I correct in saying that this last synth is 2 versions of that synth? One playing more dry and one only playing like early reflections? Or either early reflections or like a chorus type deal. That last like more melodic synth thing. Overall, this is the kind of psytrance that for me personally is not something that I produce. That is also another reason why I sometimes find it a little bit harder to give feedback on these things. As I said before, there wasn't a lot of things for me to talk about. It's clear that you know what you're doing. Mix-wise, I would say that it's pretty close to just being there. I mentioned like one sound that I would say was a little bit too loud. But I'm sure that there's some other like minor tweaks and that kind of stuff that would need to be done, as there always are. Overall, the sound design is crazy. As I said, this is not something that I'm personally producing. You've heard the music that I made is a lot more structured. To a certain extent, I think that that's because sometimes I feel like I don't have the experience to do like the really psychedelic psytrance. Like if you put a gun to my head and force me down, then it will come out of me. But generally speaking, my default state feels like I'm making the more like the progressive, the in between progressive and full on, I would say, is where I shine best. So I wanted to maybe start rambling on about fills and how important they are, but I know that that would only go against the whole identity of this track, which is to be almost confusing to the point that you get lost in it, right? Whereas some psytrance is made, like the progressive and the more full-on and the lighter stuff, I would say, is made more to make people connect with the beat. And you're immediately, like if you know how to count music, then you're able to immediately understand that kind of psytrance, because you're going to have 15 bars of kick and bass, and then the 16th bar is going to be a fill, and that is just going to continue on and on and on. And there's going to be maybe some slight variations to that, and all of those variations are going to be in parts of 8 bars, right? It's all very structured. It's all very clear what is happening. Once you know how to count music, then it's very easy to listen to that. This is the complete opposite, and from a technical perspective, that's why I love it so much. It allows you to be more playful and that kind of stuff. I think though I would be, as somebody that on the dance floor every time that they're on the dance floor. This is the curse of the producer, right? You're always listening to like, oh, how did they do it? What is going on here? What are the patterns here? What are the tricks that are used? How would that snare be made? How those kind of things. That is always the first thing that comes to mind when you're, or at least for me when I'm on the dance floor. It takes me a little while to get into the mood that is needed to actually relax and just dance to the music and let everything go. And even then, sometimes I'm like in the flow and suddenly I hear a cool synth and I'm like, wait a second, I wonder which synth, or I wonder what kind of like processing is used to achieve that effect or whatever, or I wonder what kind of FM setup would be needed to get a synth to sound like that, you know? I think if I were to do that listening to your music for a whole night, I would just go crazy. But it's, from a technical standpoint, of course, it's great. Not all my tracks are like this. But if it were all like this, I would go crazy. I'm sorry to generalize so much then. Yup, full on Twilight and progressive is very formulaic. Yeah, it's just focused on something else. It's focused more on like I guess the way that that I would differentiate it is it more focused on the psychedelicness of the sound design versus the flow of the idea, right? Because as much as there's very cool details in this track and very cool technical stuff happening in this track and very cool sound design in this track, there's not like a clear flow throughout the track of energy. It's just all there and it's all in your face and it's always happening all the time. And of course that's the difference you get to make. If you do one type of music, then there's some characteristics that your music is not going to have and some other characteristics that it will have. So the formula is more held with something like the kick and bass structure and just overall track structure, so that more focus can be put on other ideas. Meaning, like we as a progressive producer, I spend a lot more time worrying about the flow of my track. How do I make sure that from this section, which is very firm, I flow nicely into the next section, right? So it's not like formulaic in that. Sometimes that is seen as like a negative thing, in that it's predictable and that kind of thing. It's just that part of it is very predictable so that we can focus more on other aspects, other parts of it. Curse of a producer: can't enjoy music as is. Always want to analyze it before you decide if you enjoy it or not. Exactly. If a snare is not EQ'd properly, that can really put me off my game. But I know I'm in the minority with that. I've also, of course, had to say to some people sometimes, like, hey, you're, like, if I had a student or whatnot, or somebody asked me a question that they show a track in the feedback and they're specifically asking about the snare, right? Say, for example, is the EQing on the snare okay? I'm going to tell them, like, it doesn't really matter how you EQ your snare. Nobody is going to care, but I do care. Deep down, when I'm on the dance floor, I do care about how the snare is EQ'd and all that stuff. And that's the producer curse. That's what happens when you decide to start learning about how the sausage is made, I guess. Next up, we have Isolator here. It might be the case that this won't work, this link here, because it's not giving me preview. Here's my new track, what I started 2 days ago and working on. It's not finished yet, but the idea has already been conveyed. Waiting for your feedback. Big thanks. This might... yeah. So this is a private track, as you can see. It says that it's not found, but that doesn't mean that the track doesn't exist. What that means is that you shared the public link, like a link over here, where it just ends in the track title, and you would need to share the private link, which would look somewhat like this. Right, this should also be, yeah. This is also private track. This is what it should look like, where it says private track for me, right? And you can just update the link over here, Isolator, with the private share feature. The way that you do that is you go to your track and instead of copying your URL at the top bar, you use the share option. Otherwise, it cannot actually I cannot actually access the track. Thanks for the words. I'm gonna go get hammered. Good luck with that. I hope you don't get too hammered and that you find your way home and stuff like that. But thank you for stopping by. And thank you for sharing some great music with us. Okay, yeah. So this is the track that is here then. Above the bird's eye view. Yes. That's this one. Okay, I'll have a listen to that. And then, of course, I'll scroll back up and continue with the queue. Because he is earlier on in queue. It's just that his track didn't work. Okay. So this is Isolator above the bird's eye view. Cool stuff. I like that. I like that a lot. One of the things that I should probably say at this point, because it's maybe not... I didn't say a lot of positive things throughout the track, and also throughout the track that I played before. Generally speaking, my policy on my feedback streams is that I only point out negative things, because I want to basically talk as little as possible. Like I sometimes respond to chat and stuff like that. But overall, when I'm focusing on giving feedback, I don't want to sit here talking over a track by just telling you things that I like, right? Saying like, I like that synth, I like the kick drum, I like the bass, I like the this, I like the that, I like the zus, I like the zo. If I continue to talk like that, and if I continue to say like this sound I like, that stuff I like, I will continuously be talking and you guys won't hear the track. So sometimes I point out a few negative points, and then I might say, but I like the sound design, or I like the overall structure of the track, or something like that. That is just me trying to diminish the amount of time that I'm speaking. Like, generally speaking, I am very impressed with all of the music that you guys create. But sometimes it may seem that I'm very negative towards certain people, because to prevent me from talking too much about all of the cool things that they're doing, I'm only focusing on the negatives. But overall, great track. Yeah, I do agree with that. It's good stuff. Now I need to see where we were. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more tracks here. And currently it's... I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. So I'm going to close the queue here. Meaning that I won't accept any more tracks, but we'll of course listen to all of the tracks that have been submitted. Starting with The Anguish Lab by Apocalypse Musicale. There's a lot going on here. It's hard to follow what you want me to listen to. It is... Yeah, this track is really hard to follow. I feel like some of the melodies were out of key. Right? Structure-wise, this track is really... I'm having a little bit of issues listening to this because there's not a lot of indications in the structures of what is about to happen, what is going down. Suddenly, there was like in the intro an open hat that started playing and all of a sudden we were in the drop. Here as well, we started the drop and then suddenly the open hat comes in at some point. Right, it doesn't have a clear structure to the track. Sound design wise, yeah, it's cool. There's a lot of cool elements. I agree with Rito there. It's just that it's hard to enjoy them because your brain is constantly like, wait, what am I listening at? It's also mix wise that we are having a lot of issues. There's a lot of reverb throughout this track. This felt like it happened out of sync. Overall, the track is very muddy. There isn't really any priority in the mix either. It feels like all of the elements you have decided to balance them in the most literal sense of the way. In that you're trying to have them all loud and in your face and everything up front, which is not something that is possible. The structure indeed makes me feel lost. Yeah, there's a lot of confusion here in the structure of the track. It's really hard to follow. I guess the best tip I can give you is to watch this video of mine. I'm going to remake this video, by the way. I am at the start of scripting this. This will be one of the videos that I'll have to prepare for the time that I'm on holiday. But here's a younger me, back when I still had no beard. But you can see this is the rules of Psytrance arrangement and structures explained. This is a great video, even though it was made in the time where I had shit audio quality and shit camera quality. This was made right in the time where my old cam broke and I still didn't have the new camera. And I was also unfamiliar of the powers of the AI speech enhancement tools, which I now use to create or to make the voice of my videos actually sound good. Because you can hear now in the stream the quality of my microphone isn't great. I mean, you're able to hear what I'm saying, but that's just about it, right? But with the things that I can do with that AI, it just sounds like, it honestly sounds like my microphone is sitting right here, which I don't like. I don't like having anything in view that shows you how the sausage is made when it comes to videos and stuff. I like to have my microphone out of frame. I like to have all of my lights and all of that out of frame. So all of that was a little bit different back then. But the information in the video is still very, very good and very, very important. So my advice to you would be give that a watch and learn about proper structuring. Next up we have Simultra Music, long time submitter to the feedback on stream stuff here, with Delirium 153 in G-4 Master 16. I'm assuming -4 is the Loves, maybe? Although that would be pretty high for a Psytrance track. That's more drum and bass numbers. As your name suggests, indeed very musical, you could definitely make this possible. I agree, yes. With proper structuring, the ideas in the track can come to light if you learn about proper structuring and not placing too many elements on top of each other. and then priority mixing. But that's a whole other thing to worry about later. So many fake drops in this. It's like a Rising Dust track if Rising Dust took 4 times as much acid as he normally does. There's a lot happening in this track, but it's working. I like the sound design, I like how the track is not too full. Well, look, some more. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Nice powerful kick and bass. Seems to be extremely clean as well. Even though there's a lot of sounds playing here, we can still see that it returns to silence, which is exactly what you want. I would maybe suggest turning the bass down by a dB or 2. I feel like the kick doesn't really punch through enough. I like that little almost melodic repetition that you have in here.
Follow me.
I like the sound design, I like a lot of the things that you're doing. One of the things that I don't like is that a lot of the synths are either almost mono or fully mono. I feel like there could be more stereo play, not so much like panning and stuff like that, but just wider sounds and a little bit wider sounds. Right now it feels like everything or a lot of the synths are happening right here where the kick and bass is also happening. Like, this is a good example of a synth that is doing it well. The stuff that was happening is there that's kind of playing around your ears. Even the FM synth, I would maybe turn it just a little bit wider. Do you hear, by the way, this is a snare on the 2 and the 4 that has its fundamental removed. You can hear the other snares that this person is using do have a fundamental. Whenever there's like an accent snare or something like that. Do you hear it? It has that low, strong fundamental there. But once it's on the beat with the kick, you just hear the noise part. Hello, Bo. Nice to see you as well. Have you been here the whole time? Did you just look over your name? I feel like I haven't seen you yet. Just half an hour or so I joined late. Oh, okay. Yeah, then sorry that I didn't see it before, but welcome to the stream. Working Glip, welcome to the stream as well. I think I did see Glip before, but I may not have said hi. Overall, I'm just a little bit speechless from this track over here. This is really good. This is really well done. I think everybody in the chat agrees as well. Whose track is this? This is Simultra. Simultra music over here. Delirium. Which is a good appropriate title for this track, because it did put me in a little bit of a... I wouldn't say state of shock or anything like that. It's not that bad, but it's... I was a little bit blown away by the quality of the track. Great stuff. So Isolate, we have done this one over here, meaning that this is still one that we need to do. So this is Dark Mechanism by Isolator. I'm going through it a little bit faster than I maybe want, but I have other stuff to do, and it has been 4 hours that I've been sitting here, so I hope you guys understand. Cool stuff. I think the plug that you're using could be a bit more stereo. I also don't know if I like the fact that it's playing two different notes. I think having them both in the root notes may make it a little bit better, because it's just gonna feel a bit more cohesive. Maybe, I don't know. I do like it now, the way that the melody is sitting in there. I still think it should have a little bit more stereo bit. I would also suggest resampling your kick drum. I can see one transient over here being pushed out. I can also imagine that not just for psytrance but also for techno you just want strong, clean transient all the way through. If you are resampling, which you often do in techno production, there's probably a high pass on your master channel which you should delete because it does nothing and it causes you problems like this. You started with triplets with the trick. The synth in the intro was triplets. Maybe. To be honest, I don't remember. I'm again mesmerized by all of the sound design that's happening. I love all of the how you build it up and now how we're. It's like techno but arranged with the philosophy of psytrance in that there's a lot of different synths kind of cutting each other off and that kind of stuff. The more psychedelic forms of psytrance that you saw before. Am I tripping or am I tripleting? Tripleting. The act of hearing triplet notes when they're not there. It's like Psytech. It's not really Psytech. Psytech really uses like psytrance instruments. I feel like this is still techno instruments in the instrumentation that you have. I don't even know if this is because you're not resampling or if this is just the way that your kick looks, but it's strange that your transient is pushed all the way like that. I do think you're bleeding into it with this thing over here, which, yeah, it looks like this kind of continues as an oscillation like that, which you don't want. That is why we tend to resample this stuff. Listen to a lot of beautiful music today. I agree. The quality of today's stream was one of the best we've ever had. In just the all-round production quality. Even this track again as well. Cool stuff. I like it. We have 2 more tracks and I need to pee really bad. don't play. Wait, no, don't play it. But this is my more normal stuff. Okay. So I don't play this, I guess, then, meaning that I just play this one over here. I think I can keep that. I can do that without going to the toilet first, and then I'll finish the stream and then I'll go. So yeah, the last track that we'll listen to today is the K9 Call. I'm not sure how I would pronounce that. Mandalas. Hi everyone, that's my first side track, is to finish. Okay. Already starting to sound interesting for a first side track. Can hear a little bit of a strange knock happening, which you can also see here.
Welcome to the future.
Interesting. I do think you would need to resample the kick and bass here. But a bit of a bigger problem I have is that you're immediately going into the full power sequences. Especially with the very lush intro that we had, the not very energetic intro. It sounds a little bit over the top right from the start, I would say. So maybe have this come in after 16 bars and just have a few one-shots at the start, and then you start adding your hats and all of the sequence stuff that you're doing here in terms of the synths. I almost feel like this would be a better first drop. If you remove the hats from this and then switch the two around, then this is more of a drop that I would see as a first drop of the track. VB1 bass, I have no idea. I am not able to identify old school bass synths like that. I know it was a very commonly used synth, but I haven't been around long enough to, I guess, identify synths like that. Just by ear. Mix-wise, the snare is too quiet. We can hear a snare, but we can just slightly hear the noise. Otherwise, like mix-wise, it's pretty okay. The main issues that I have with this is that the track doesn't flow like I would expect a sidetrance track to flow. If you plan on making more sidetrance, then it's always a good idea to listen to reference material and see, for one, how long elements are used, how they are used, but also when is it low energy, when is it medium energy, and when is it high energy. One of the things that I hear is that an idea has been set up here in terms of the synths and in terms of the melody of the bass as well, and that never really changes, so the track becomes boring after a while. One of the things that you'll hear if you listen to more, I hate using the term professional, but it's the clearest term that you can use when you're talking about something like that, is that you'll hear that there's a lot more changes happening to the idea. In this case, it feels like it's just one idea with a bunch of variations of it. When is it skank energy? If you're referring to your earlier track, we listened to that a while ago. We really loved it. Maybe experience. Yeah, I guess experience is a good word for it. Yeah, if you listen to, I guess, music from experienced producers, you'll hear a clearer structure to the whole thing. A clearer flow throughout the track. We did have one more track of you, but you wrote not to actually play it. Don't play it, but this is my more normal stuff. I will definitely have a listen to it after the stream if you don't want me to play it on the stream. But for now, it doesn't really matter because the stream is over anyway. I have finished all of the tracks, unless you do want me to play this over here. You can play it. Okay, then we have one more tracks to listen to, and then we'll call it here for today. So this is Boom. Oh, this is 10 minutes long. Can I go to the toilet before I play it? Please? I'll be right back in 30 seconds and then I'll play it. And then we'll finish the stream. Okay, final track. Psypox with Boon Disputes. My reading is going downhill.
Boon disputes involve conflicts over the fair distribution of benefits or favors. They occur in personal, workplace, and societal contexts, requiring clear communication, fairness, and empathy to resolve equitably.
Very flat kick and bass. Interesting. Might actually be clipping the waveform a bit. Not noticeable, not audibly. It's funny to see so squashed, I guess. Generally speaking, most psytrance kick and bass have a little bit of dynamics. How to make fat bass, guys. It is really fat. Nice and deep. Not to the point where the mix suffers either. Like it's not like spectrally unbalanced. A lot of people that try to get this kind of fat kick and bass, what you'll often see is that there's a spectrum that kind of looks flat, low, 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 and then suddenly boom, it goes up. But this isn't like, it doesn't go down extremely. Of course it goes down a little bit, because the bass is always the loudest. But it's fat and well balanced in the mix, which is the impressive part. A cool thing I heard someone say, I think it was Lunatica, is that you have to insist on an idea and have that idea to sound to be the focus for the part. That might have been in the interview that he did with me. We did, like recently we did a track walkthrough. He did mention that he tries to have at least one idea that is like central to part of a track or something like that. So having you focus on that in that way is maybe something that he mentioned in that interview. But he has done so much online content, it may have also been another place. I hope we do get to make more videos, because it was very interesting to look at his workflow as well.
Boom disputes involve conflicts over the fair distribution. And the rest I'm saying right now is just gibberish because I don't know what to sample for this track.
That vocal. It's becoming self-aware. The music is breaking the fourth wall. Very detailed. There's a lot of care being put in all of the elements. It's like the little background beeps and bloops and stuff like that. I think the more impressive part is how you have all of that kind of clear in the mix. A lot of people can do this like amount of sound design or this amount of sounds in a particular part of a track, but having it all clear and not interact with each other in a negative way is something else. But you're actually wondering, is Italo Disco still a thing nowadays in Italy? Kind of. Like, the old music is still very popular. But I don't think too much new music is coming out in that genre. At least I'm not familiar with any very big songs over the last 10 years-ish. But the artists are still around and they're still like playing and stuff like that. I know that Gabri Ponte, for example, is still making music. It's just not like he has evolved, right? He's making mainstream psytrance kind of thing. Like Thunder is a good example of what he does now. But if he plays somewhere, he also still plays all of the old stuff that he is well known for. Or well known, I mean, his newer stuff is also very well known. So the stuff that first got him where he is now, basically, his old stuff. Gabi Ponte. One of the guys who got really popular with Italo Disco. I cannot actually play any of his music because I will get struck. But this dude. Where does it say? Oh yeah, here. A Decade in Blue. There's some more of his older stuff, hopefully, here. La Danza delle Streghe. Jordi. To be honest, I don't... Oh yeah, Move Your Body. This is... It's kind of the Europop kind of thing. And now he does, like... Yeah, Thunder is his most recent... From what I can tell, this is the last track of his that really went big. And went places. To be honest, I really like this track as well. Even though it's like the mainstream kind of psytrance. You know, the Timmy Trumpet kind of stuff. But yeah, it's... Elfie 65. I don't think he was a member of them. I know they... Oh yeah, no, he was. Yeah, Eiffel 50 or 65, yeah. Because I know for a fact that they use the same studio up in Milan somewhere. They all of them, they still have... they run a studio. There's still obviously like a scene for it, but it's not big anymore, right? It used to be the case that people like Gabri Ponte and GD Dag, that they rented out the biggest square and put on a massive stage, and it would be the biggest party that was ever thrown. Nowadays, here in Italy as well, the mainstream music is like hip hop, it's rap and you know, just like normal pop and stuff. So it's not, they're still seen, but it's not in the forefront anymore, I would say. Okay, I think I'm going to leave it there. 4.5 hours is a respectable time of streaming. And I have stuff to edit, as I always do. So I'll be doing that. And I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope the feedback was helpful. And I hope to see you guys next week. Is next week the last? Yes, next week will be the last feedback stream for a bit, at least. I don't know exactly how long, maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3. But after next week, on the Saturday before the 10th, I will be leaving for vacation for a couple of days. And then after that, I'll pass by WoW Festival, where I'll attend and party and just have a good time. And then I go home, and then almost immediately I have to arrange stuff for moving apartment, and then I'll move apartment at the end of August, beginning September. So a lot of things to do. I have to prepare videos and shorts and everything in advance for you guys. So tonight I'm going to be editing Conversations with Projector, and then hopefully at the end of the night I can also prepare all of the videos for next week and the week after, which I've already recorded and done the first edit of. And then I only have to record the videos that are going to be going up the time that I'm actually on vacation. So I'm already far in advance. I just need to continue this pace, and then it will be all good. See you guys. Thank you for